hell is this? Oh, very good. Oh, that's what it is. Hey, thanks. Welcome back. It's been a few months. We're back. Welcome to the beginning of the end. It's true. Well, listen. No, listen. Shutakumi's just been waiting in an isolated bunker with a big red button that says launch, and they're waiting for me to finish this game before they can announce the next Ace Attorney game. So, beginning of the end for now. But I'm excited. We're gonna get back to Great Ace Attorney, starting Great Ace Attorney 2, which I'm looking forward to. It's been a minute. Brushell's ancestor. You know, not Brushell's ancestor. Probably just Brushell himself. I think Brushell is just like a vampire. He's ageless. But if anyone doesn't remember what happened, welcome. Same. I did try to. I reread the Wikipedia plot summary of the first game as a refresher, and I was like, yeah, that tracks. I'm sure there's little things I've forgotten, but the main characters and such. He's immortal. Our house, in the middle of our house, a plague upon the earth. He's also one of very few Ace Attorney characters that's been canonically drawn shirtless. So, you know, I just want people to remember Brushell in his underwear whenever you think of him. You gonna play yourself? Watch play? Oh, what are you gonna do? It's happening. We're doing it. What do you mean why? Anyway, let me kick up on stuff. In case you missed it, yesterday we had Dan Jones and Dragons, the D&D campaign I'm a part of, was back. Last session was like January. We had to push back a few times, so it was good to be back. It was a very fun session last night. I did almost die. I made my character Trilby as a very soft, squishy boy, and it turns out when you're playing D&D, it's a bad idea. A lot of things can try to kill you. How many died? It's fine. I didn't die. No spoilers.
What? Was a man. I mean, he was a dragon man. Or maybe he was just a dragon.
He's fine.
But he was still Trogdor.
Being too easy on you, got it. Exactly. Yeah. It's good. Trogdor, thank you for the hammy. Let me get caught up with stuff so we can hop into Great Ace Attorney 2. Two of them. Let's switch to next Sequelize. Good. Well, my version of Sequelize, which is how about this game. I don't have any current plans. I have like 30 abandoned scripts over the years. I'm currently working on a summary video, which is simultaneously easier and harder. Because when I make a how about this game, I try to really push myself, like writing-wise, and for me, the most interesting questions I can answer in a video are questions I don't know the answer to when I start writing the script, which just makes the entire process really arduous and difficult. I have a lot of respect for people that are able to pump out high-quality video essays on the reg. For me, I'm just like, by the time I come up with a cool idea, I'm like already burnt down on it. It's tough. But and then if I'm writing a video that's just more comedy, it's like now I'm like really pushing myself to make sure the comedy's good. And then the other parts of it, like I want the art to be interesting. Every project I work on, I'm always trying to find ways to push myself, which is why I'm a bad content creator. I mean, there's a number of reasons why I think I'm well suited to making stuff, and I'm poorly suited to what is asked of a modern day creator to just grind out content. I appreciate it. Yo, thank you. I'm very, very privileged in a lot of respects, and no small part of that is that I'm able to stream, and y'all help me pay rent while I very, very, very slowly work on projects in the background. But yeah, things are coming along well with the Metal Gear stuff, but it's just interesting how the different projects that I have kind of push me in different ways. It's fun. It's neat. So, racism quarters back. Racism's back on the menu. Ugh. It's gonna be good, though. Video game rage videos. Yeah, exactly. For 10 more years. I appreciate it. Well, yeah, I mean, also, like, it does feel like... I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like I'm like, oh no, like I'm like worried about it. But in some ways, it feels like making this Metal Gear video is like gonna have expectations the Kingdom Hearts video didn't. Because obviously, before I made the Kingdom Hearts summary, no one was looking to me to make a plot summary. I wasn't either. I've said many times I made that video to get the curse out of my brain. It was like the Ring video. It's like passing it on to someone else. So I felt it was like cathartic. It was healing. Making that video was therapy after the stream I did with Amber. It just felt like I made that video, and then all of a sudden people were like, oh, we want more of this. And I was like, well, I'll do the video about 3, because I guess that makes sense. But then I didn't just want to do more of that. So now that I'm coming back to it, I'm like, well, I want to make it worth the wait. I want to make it fun and exciting, even if the Metal Gear videos as a whole, you know, don't like. I mean, like, I'm excited for people to see some of these ideas. Let's just phrase it like that, because the Kingdom Hearts thing blew up well beyond what I expected. So my expectations are very small, but I just want to make a fun thing, so I'm excited about it. Is there good enough? People have asked about it, joking and not, and I'm just like, I don't think it makes sense. There's nothing, I would just be retelling it, and that's, I mean, I know it's a summary, but like, I don't know. I feel like Ace Attorney is more of a puzzle narrative than a narrative, if that makes sense. Because the main thrust of it is the mystery of each case, and then if there's an overarching narrative on top of that, that's fun. But then my job, if I was like tasked with make an Ace Attorney summary, even if just the first game, it's just like so much of it becomes either explaining the nuts and bolts of the case and just going through the motions there, which I just don't think would be as fun of a challenge for me to be like, how do I make that interesting? Do it as fast as possible. Layton has more potential, strangely enough, because the puzzles rarely have much to do. Actually, when the puzzles have to do with the plot, it's funnier. that's the magic of Layton, when it's like, we're in an ancient civilization, solve our riddle. That's funny. So yeah, I think when I was working on a Metal Gear, working on an art stream, someone was like, what about a Layton summary? And I was like, that's funny. And I kept thinking about it, I was like, that's really funny. I don't know if I will or not. Really, it kind of depends on, by the time I finish all these Metal Gear videos, I'm sure the new Layton will be out. So that might help determine what I want to do, but... Solve my crossword, Mr. Layton. It's good. I mean, if I was smart, I would try to put out something before the new Layton comes out, if that's what I was going to do, but... I'm also really, really worried about the new Layton game. Not to make it, I want to just have a good time with Ace Attorney. I'll wrap it up and move on, but just level 5 being so adamantly publicly pro Gen AI makes me really, really nervous that it's gonna come out and just have like backgrounds that are slop, and I'm just like, please no, please. I hope it comes out and it's just good and it's fine, because they're not gonna say anything one way or the other. I think I feel like they would be more likely to point out where they've used Gen AI in their processes. So. Same DBH. I'm scared. I'm very scared. Enough so that I'm probably not going to pre-order the game. And I might not even play it at launch just to, like, wait and see. Because I've just been burnt too many times. It's not worth it. It would be such a hard fall. It would bum me out to no end. And I don't want to be there day one and find it, because that would be even more devastating than just, like, seeing other people find it. So, we'll see. Anyway. So again, if that comes out and it's just, like, tarnished my feelings about the IP, then, like, I don't know. So anyway, I have so much Metal Gear to make. But it's coming along well. I basically lost the month of March to Pocopia, and I don't have any regrets about it, because I think I needed it in some respects, but holy shit. But the upshot is that I'm back to slapping things together. I've basically finished coloring in all the art that I made on stream, and now I'm making stuff to fill in the gaps. I still have probably a couple more art streams that I have to do to actually finish all the art that I need to do for the video. So those will probably happen at some point, but... Level 5 of a stream tomorrow. Oh, news to me. Might learn, hey, I might get a release date, and maybe they'll confirm one way or the other about. So, okay, I'll stay tuned for that. Also, the HimSpin initiative was this morning, which is a big indie game showcase, and there was a lot of cool stuff that was shown off today. New reveals and release dates for things we knew about, and so I recommend looking up HimSpin. It's good. They also do it really, like, it's self-aware to a degree that I appreciate, where many times throughout the show, they're like, no hosts, no banter, just games. They'll have like a brief graphic between games, and then here's another trailer. They don't have like some host who's like, welcome back, I'm gonna eat up a bunch of time and resources for some reason. It's great. So, no Mina news, no. Yes, and Rhythm Heaven was announced for, I think, July 2nd was what I saw. So you know where I'll be on July 2nd. Very excited for that. Jeff will remember that. No, yeah, they did like a few little breaks and stuff, but they were just like text. It was fine. So, recommend checking out the HimSpin initiative, because HimSpin is like meaning like these are big indies, and holy shit, like a lot of those games I'm like, this looks nuts. So, it's neat. Good variety of stuff too. Peck your beak. Change art styles a little bit. I did see that post as well, which honestly, I'm of two minds, because the reveal trailer had like more of a painterly soft style, and then I saw a screenshot of like, it looked more like Ko Takeuchi's art, with like a thick outline and like flat colors, and in my brain, that's Rhythm Heaven. Like, Ko Takeuchi's art style is Rhythm Heaven, So on the one hand, I'm like, good, it's thing that I know. But on the other hand, I'm like, I'm okay with Rhythm Heaven exploring more art styles. There definitely have been Rhythm Heaven games. Yeah, I heard about that. The Warrior guy left. Could be a remix. It could be any number of things. We just don't know. I'm not mad. I'm not mad if they're like, we brought the art more in line with like the typical Ko Takeuchi style. But yeah, we'll see. Whatever it is, I'm excited. Yes, in case you missed it. Share the comparison. Sure thing. There's gonna be another Rhythm Heaven Groove out July 2nd. We just learned. Yeah. There you go. Thanks for the resub. Let me get caught up with stuff. Crying baby when dad shaves. That's fair. Ooh, dire docs. Here you go. So this is the before. This was when they first revealed the game, and I guess this is a new screenshot as of today. So I'm like, I don't dislike either of these. I can understand someone looking at this and being like, this feels like a downgrade. This feels like more detailed and rich, and this feels more flat. But I'm like, but this is rhythm. Like, again, Ko Takeuchi has a very specific, clean style. It's very flat and lends itself to readability for a rhythm game. Like, this would work for sure. And if the game looks like this and this, fine. But this very flat pop colors, high contrast style works really well for at-a-glance reading information, which is important for a rhythm game. Like, Rhythm Heaven obviously has great music and the games are fun, but it's like, I've played a lot of Rhythm Heaven likes on stream over the years now, and it really shows just how many things need to come together for a good rhythm minigame. There's so much polished attention to detail, the art style, the animation, the timing. It's a lot of really, that last 10% of polish adds so much. So if they went, hey, this isn't working for readability or any number of reasons, and they just scrapped all the art, I trust that that's their process. If this is just, hey, with this, we have two versions of it, whatever, like, it's fine. So also, but sure, President Parrot. Oh yeah, that was great. That was bits and bops. The colors. Oh, okay. Dire docs. YouTube. Anyway, we're gonna do Ace Attorney though. Let me get all that out of my brain. First of all, between streams, some subs and resubs from Master Boxes, ZVXA, and Merrily. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. This is like a different game. But also, like, keep in mind, there's a number of games, like the, I don't remember the name of it, but there's like the sad blue bear eating donuts and stuff that had like a soft, painterly kind of look. They've experimented with different art styles. There's the scratchy, pencil scratchy cats. The ones that are like, not the three lions clapping, the ones that hop in the Rhythm Mega Mix for the 3DS. I think it's just Blue Bear. So they've done, so that's why I'm like, I'm not worried about it either way. I would be worried if nothing in the game looked like that Ko Takeuchi style. If nothing in the game looked like that, then I'd be mad. Because I need that. I need that in my bones. I need a good little monkey guy clapping at me. Like, it's important to me. If that guy had like smooth, soft shading, I'd be like, what happened to my baby boy? So, anyway. Special thanks for the Hammy. Rhythm Heaven fans, rise up. We have a release date from Rhythm Heaven Groove, July 2nd. It's going to be $40 and getting a physical release. Let's go. Let's go on both accounts. Holy shit. There's a gameplay trailer of Slice and Dice Kitchen. Okay, so there's a trailer. I just saw the screenshot. It changed visually, yes. Winter Rose, thanks for 100 months. What the fuck? I think that's the first I've seen. Today might be the first day you can. 100? Before you thank me for this very long time support, I want to thank you. Thank you for being a creator that I've wanted to and been able to support for 100 months now. The fact that there are people like me and the others who have been subbed this long speaks to your good character and the nice community you've created, and that deserves to be recognized too. So thank you again for your content and the community you've built, and thank you, chat, for laughs and love shared. You expect me to accept that and then turn off my brain and look at Shulms in the same span of time? Oh, thank you. And I guess you're welcome. I mean, it's my privilege to be stupid on the internet. So fuck. You made me emotional. I appreciate it. Really, really. I know I like read out a lot of subs and I say thanks and appreciate a lot. I mean it. I'm not just saying it to say it. And I try to push back against parasocialism, and I feel like getting there's like a balance of like distance that is important to me, to try to not have things get into that. You said it best. There you go. Anyway, I'm getting flustered, but I appreciate it, and thank you. And the sport matters and keeps me going. Literally. You stream? No, I don't think so. Parasocialism. Fuck. Okay, well now every time I think about parasocialism, I'm just gonna think of a parachute guy throwing out money. That's funny. That also reminds me, there were the February stream highlights are out of the VOD channel, and well, Nat left a comment that said, "You've met me at a very 6-7 time of our lives," which inflicted psychic damage. But then someone responded to that and said they forgot that 6-7 was a thing, and they just thought of it as a time signature. And I was like, wait, I'm cured. Every time I hear 6-7, I'm just gonna think of a funky, jazzy time signature. And like, I'm okay with that. So, I'm fine with it now. It just, you know, you just gotta reframe it sometimes. So yeah, everything's good now. The planet is saved. You're welcome. I forget who left that message, but that made me happy. These are difficult times. But 6-7's not a time signature, why not? You could do 6 beats every 7th measure or whatever the fuck. Yes, every 7th note, 7th note, it's fine. I don't know. I don't have to think about it, you do. Meme Freckles, thanks for 2 months. I still have to finish the Ace Attorney VODs. Well, they're all there, and I hope you enjoy them. Fawn Fallow, thanks for 96 months in it, tier 2. It's finally happening, Alice, 96 months. It's almost a funny number. Nice. Bloober. There's no such thing as a 7th note? Why not? It's math. You can make a 7th note. I've not forgotten about that time, 7, 8, 9. I will not let them get away with it. I agree. They probably did come from some music, but not as time serious. Oh, yeah, 6-7 came from a song as a meme, but, you know. The second number is a division of round notes. Well, technically, you could make it. Every musician I would look at this point. So it still fits for 6-7, making you grown. You're just reinforcing the bit that it works. Blooper Dooper, thanks for 7 months. Yes. Hi, are you ready for some goddamn bullshit? Hope you enjoy this one. I'm ready. Thank you. Flavier, thanks for 62 months. We going for Gatu. I'm excited for the absolute nonsense of this game. I hope you guys are too. Quincy, thanks for soup. Some soup for the collective. I'm currently at home with the beginning of Pink Eye. I've never been so glad to be at home sick. Normally I miss the first hour or so of stream, but I won't today. I'm so excited. Thanks to your Pink Eye, you get to be here for me yapping for an hour, by which time you normally would have been here on time for me to start an hour into the game. An hour into the stream into the game. But I hope you recover soon. That sucks. Feel better. Grumble Pack, thanks for 37 months. Killy Illy, thanks for 29. It's time. Braveling, thanks for 44. Herlock Fight. Put up your dukes. Hope you're ready for some peak. Gatu is I'm the best game in the series. People have been hyping up Grace Attorney 1 and 2, and I really enjoyed Grace Attorney 1, and the entire time there were people in chat. And I already feel like I'm like the whole time chat was saying this. That makes it sound like I'm like, no, stop. No, a lot of people were saying that Grace Attorney 2 is even better. So I'm still going in as I do with like not super high expectations because I don't like being super hyped up. I don't know. I like to just enjoy it as it comes, but I'm looking forward to it. Gatu. Grace Attorney. When? Grace Attorney when? Holly Molly, thanks for soup. Paying my soup rent now before I get spoiled by anything that happens in the last case of Great Ace 1, which I still have to watch. If you're not caught up in Great Ace Attorney 1, get out. This is not the play. As far as I understand, this picks up where Great Ace Attorney 1 leaves off. There were multiple people saying that, like, you need to remember what happened in 1 when you get into 2. So, yeah, this is not a good place for you if you're avoiding spoilers for 1. DK64, get out.wav. Get out. Meme Freckles, thanks for soup. Gotta finish watching the Ace Story VODs. Please take my soup taxes. I don't know why I turned into a soup baron. I don't know when that happened, but I'll take your soup tax. If you're gonna give me a soup tax, you gotta tell me what kind of soup it is, though. Ozzel, thanks for 50 bits. Some say that Barry still wakes up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, wondering what Shutakumi meant by the random Shakespeare guy that showed up, dabbed, and then left, never to be seen again. If he doesn't show up in this game, I'm going to write a sternly worded letter to Capcom. Because that you don't create Shakespeare, man. Chad Shakespeare. Strange scaffold character, my beloved. You don't make Chad Shakespeare Ace Attorney and not do anything with him. That's heinous. So but the thing is, if he shows up again, I'm gonna be mad. So it's kind of lose-lose. Smexy do this for 42 months. Jerry Doki. Time for some lawyers. I read what I wanted to read. Well, time for some lawyers kissing. And then a whole bunch of emotes. Thank you. Ayo Psych, thanks for 420 bits. The music is calming me down. Nice. Oh no, I'm absent today. Back to Vodland. Goo. Adgers, thanks for 31 months. Let's go. Xeno, Penumbra, thanks for 50. Great Ace 2, let's go. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for 91. This is the one where aliens built the pyramids, right? No spoilers, but I think so. Tomfoolery, thanks for 11 months. Let's fucking go. Mr. Maxam, thanks for the hammy. I rewatched Our House the other day. Here's some ad revenue. Thanks. That's funny. Yeah, our house, I don't own that video, so I don't get ad revenue from you watching it. And even if I did, it wouldn't be $10. That's, thank you. That's like 50,000 people watching that video. I don't even know. I have to do the math. One person watching a video is like a fraction of a penny. So, that's a lot of views. Blooper Dooper, thanks for soup. The only thing you should remember is that Ryunosuke is in fact a small mouse who eats cheese. Rat jam. I think that's true. I think every time you see Ryunosuke, it's how he perceives himself, but in reality, he's actually a rat. I think that explains a lot. Cause it's not racism, it's speciest. They're like, I don't think your kind is allowed in a courtroom. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? That's out of pocket. But actually, he's a little rat on top of the podium. And it's like, still kind of mean to say, but like, he's a little bit more justified in that sense. Cause you're like, yeah, should a rat be a lawyer? That's an interesting question. It's like a health code that you don't know. This is like Britain at the turn of the century. Like, yeah, like rats are disease-ridden. Like, come on. It's not the rat's fault necessarily, but probably not. OSHA? Do they have OSHA in the fictional city of England? I would let a rat defend me. You wouldn't let a rat defend you in court. Let the rat stand. He hid in the wardrobe eating like crumbs. Very rat behavior. It's like Air Bud. Honestly, you could probably sum up the entire Ace Attorney franchise by saying it's like Air Bud and ending the sentence there. I feel like that explains a lot about how this series treats law and justice. Just like Air Bud. The end of sentence. That's good. A rat wouldn't be too far. No, but they were on the stand. A rat defending them is a step further than we've been. Rat lawyer will return. Smash thanks for gifting us something to Spark Brushel. Ugh. Blech. Blech, thank you. ZFVXA, thanks for 17 months. Chat, is this peak? No, this is Ace Attorney 2. Tina, thanks for soup. Yeah, more also thing of peak. One of the games that did catch my eye. There were a lot of games from the AAA initiative today that I was like, ooh, it seems neat. The Guilty as Sock devs. If you remember when we played that, which is related to this, it's like a courthouse with sock puppets and you're defending each other in different things. Those devs are making...
Trogdor. I mean, he was a dragon man. Or maybe he was just a dragon. But he was still Trogdor.
I know, I also want to play Guilty Sock again. It was fun. But they're making a 1-2-4 player friend core game. I don't like friend slop. I use it, but I'm like, friend core. Where you're like, it looks like Peak. I mean, but it's like they're kind of sock puppet characters, but you're running through. As soon as I heard, welcome. Friend core. Yeah, friend gem. Sloppy friends. Yeah, multiplayer, silly shenanigans. Where you're like spelunking and tomb raiding, and it seems like a good time. So, it's Peak, but it go down. Exactly. Big Walk? No. But Big Walk looks great. It was just announced today, and I forgot the name of it. But I could find it if you're like, what? Let me grab it. Let me find the... there it is. Too Deep to Quit. There it is. If you look up Too Deep to Quit, you'll find it. It seems neat. I mean, I'm just a sucker for a lot of those friend slop games. It has to have a hook. It can't just be like, what if 4 people in a lobby and physics? Like, that's not enough. And it definitely looks like a fun video game, so. Sock Bottom? You should write the devs right now. Be like, wait, is it too late? Because Sock Bottom's really good. Tina, thanks for soup. More gay lawyers. I somehow knew this was coming up next. Excited for more. Just know this game is much longer than the first one. At least it feels like it. Don't be afraid to take a short break between cases. Appreciate it. We will see. Benicio the Oboe, thanks for 30 months. Because of these Ace Attorney streams, I now hear France instead of dance in Boogie Wonderland. Baguette Wonderland. Many thanks from Vodland. France. Boogie Wonderland. France. Now I have it too. Shit. Okay, great. Pearly Pie, thanks for 2 years. Let's fucking go. Tina, thanks for 23 bits. Something funny. Luca Jen just started the first Great Ace Attorney. Funny how fast streaming is compared to edited Let's Plays. Oh yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for longer than I was ever attached to a Let's Play, but it is still wild to me that I can play through a 50-hour game in like a week or two, which would have been half of a year in edited Let's Play format. So I love streaming. I get to do way more stuff and see a lot more. I know it gets like rougher on the VOD end, but I think that the highlights serve as like a decent stopgap for that. That's my solution to the problem. Not everyone's gonna watch an entire 6-hour VOD, and I understand that. So it's like, here you go. Don't curse us. You're already cursed. You're here. Basilisk, thanks for a year and a half. Just want to thank you for being a cool streamer. It makes great stuff. Your VODs have really helped me through uni coursework and deadline pressure, so thanks. You're very welcome. Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Mago, thanks for 100 bits. Want to talk about Grace 32's development. The game had a much smaller budget compared to 1. The reason is that 1 didn't do too well because of the smaller budget. It doesn't have a completely new soundtrack like past games. There are new songs, but most of the OST is ripped from the first game. No animated cutscenes and a lot of reused characters and backgrounds, etc. Copy that. Beetle J. Thanks for 74 months. What timing? Finishing up Investigations 2 vlog. I mean VOD. I guess I'll see this message on stream in 6 months or so. Me. In 6 months, you'll be like, wait, I said vlog instead of VOD. I appreciate it. Welcome back, and thanks for the resub. Enjoy the VODs. Ravenous, thanks for 21 months. Naruho don't. Alan Bradis, thanks for soup. Chad, help me. I don't have lunch yet. What should I order? Gnocchi or burger? I would say burger. Do it for Maya. Ashborn Phoenix, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. We have like a Naruho don't. Bar perceive, bar listen. There's a couple ways. Most of my Ace Attorney emotes are on BTTV. But we got a few. A good variety, I would say. Whether or not you're subbed, you can express yourself through Ace Attorney PNGs. Rival Link, thanks for 69 bits. I didn't get a chance to talk Ace Attorney about, didn't get a chance last Ace Attorney to talk about what I like about Van Zieks. So many other prosecutors in the series have the reputation of being an unbeatable prodigy, even Edgeworth. But with Van Zieks, the curse of the Reaper doesn't matter. If he loses, he still manages to be a menace even when he loses the trial. That's an interesting point. He avoids typical being blindsided by Rio's nonsense because he often goes along with it and adjusts his arguments. He knows game, man. Yeah, no, that is an interesting point, that his threat exists whether or not he wins. Which means, yeah. And also, I had noticed that as well, that like he does pivot mid-trial based off of new information. He doesn't do the typical prosecutor shtick of like, wait, but here's my trump card. Wait, you thought that was everything? Hiya. Surprise, I changed the stakes. Like, the prosecutor acts as the villain in that regard, whereas it feels like he's, in some ways, late-game Edgeworth. Of, like, he doesn't like you, maybe, but he's fine working with you temporarily, depending on the situation. And, like, I love that, because that was one of my favorite dynamics, was getting to that point with Edgeworth. Of the moments where it's, like, Phoenix and Edgeworth would, like, look at each other and be like, wait, fuck this guy. Like, that's good drama right there. So it doesn't get to that same level because you don't have the history with Van Zieks. And he's still being racist the whole time. So it's still, like, different. But I appreciate that, like, he as a character is able to exist in that kind of gray area sometimes. It's fun. Locum student. Locum. I'm going to read the word locum again a lot, aren't I? Motherboard, thanks for 7 months. Hero Sally, thanks for 56. Time for that rascal's return. Sholmes lol. He's here. Smash thanks for the bits. A horrible joke I heard recently. We all know 6 was afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9. Why was 10 scared? Because 10 was in the middle of 9/11. Oh. Poke Emblem, thanks for 64 months. Here is my soup tax. A delicious butternut squash with apple. That's a good soup. I press buttons. Thanks for 100 bits. Mine's homemade chicken noodle on account of the cold Mr. Soup Baron. Yeah, I'm the soup baron. You have to give me your soups. It's funny that people are giving soups, but that wasn't... I was saying, like, if you're gonna drop 64 bits, then be like, well, here's the soup. And someone resub for 64 months, then someone cheered 100 bits. That wasn't the assignment. Thanks for the soup. Smash Tunes, thanks for 27 months. Great Ace 2. This ended up becoming my fave in the series. I'm excited. Chew on it. Shake it around. Azel, thanks for 50 bits. I still have psychic damage from the miscarriage of justice pun from the McGilded case. That only hit me after watching you play. Why would she let me do this? It's still bad. And Fulton Iguana, thanks for the hammy. TG8A2, let's go. I would let a rat defend me in court. Rat Jam's in the chat. Rat Jam with, like, a gavel. I guess the bop emote would work. 10 survived. Good. It's your birthday. I don't know. Rat Jam, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I'm gonna get the fuck back in here. Welcome back. Yeah. Ha. Ha. It's me with the reins. Ha. Hi ho, Silver. Welcome back. We're gonna select our adventure. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. I'm resolving to have a good time. Let's go. I think I meant to try to provide a recap to the best of my memory. It's fine. The main questions are, Suzato was sent home to Japan. Oh, there she is. Oh. Because she got a...
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
We were told that her dad was
You know,
sick, but
He's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
I thought maybe it was a ruse to get her out of England, but maybe not.
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Wasn't he disbarred or, like, suspended?
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned,
What's this accent? Japanese.
and no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh! Knife! Now with the wine! Whoa! Her! Giselle. Giselle,
So I came here today to ask something of you.
She's back!
Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life,
Giselle Brett.
as a lawyer.
Lip sync. Wait, look. She can do that? A female lawyer? Oh, okay,
So
good.
please,
I'm fine with that.
I ask for your guidance.
I hope Suzato killed her.
Kazuma-sama,
What? Oh, no. That's whose grave she's at? Oh, no. Oh. Is it? I don't know. I'm feeling things. Ooh. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. All right, Kazuma died. Yeah. Yeah. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. The defendant's antechamber 3. Let's go. Is her dad sick? So all we know, as I recall, was that Suzato was urgently sent a message, you need to come back to Japan, your dad is sick. And either that's his grave she was at, or Kazuma's grave, I don't know. We don't know. Here I am again after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I gotta emphasize the dick. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Mikotoba! Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Hey, Todd. More shenanigans? Yeah, Todd, listen, it's like a toxin I have to purge out of my soul. No, yeah, he's fine. That's why I'm like, wait. So, he's not dead. Yes, good morning, sir. Yet. They would leave it to Shutsukumuni to be like, oh no, he's gonna die, he's fine, and then he dies, so... He's not in the clear. Good morning, sir. Does it purge it? Well, yeah, you have to do like a flush. You saturate your body with it to build up an immunity, and then you purge it. But the science is in development. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh. Would I be correct in thinking that you are to be my lawyer in court today? Yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Membami. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. Oh, remember. Okay. I didn't clock that. Thank you, chat. Ugh. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. accused of committing a truly awful murder. Isn't that bad? I mean, I know that in theory I should frown on extrajudicial murder in my fiction, but when it's Giselle Brett, I'm like, are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? Oh? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. You're real? Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Okay. Let's see. Disguise? I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. At the sight of lesbians, I know, in the corner of my eye. This does make me feel a little bit relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student? Huh? I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. Susato woke. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. A female male student. It means she's male and a college student. Weird. Seems like oxymoronic. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? I hope she's got a big bushy mustache. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Well, courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. Trans Susato? A female local lawyer? We're turning into complete word salad. Women are forbidden! AceAttorney.jpg? Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course. Oh, the little animated shine in her eyes. You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. No, I have complete faith in you. Ray. Lowenthal coded? She's Armaya. Maybe. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. She said it once knowing who Susato is, so... Yuri confirmed. Thank you, Oswald. Ray! Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Wah, ha, ha. Mikotoba approves. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Mikotoba's the biggest shipper. This is me, Phoenix says, look as straight as a perfectly cut plank of wood. Real. Susato! You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens,
I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer.
That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom and watch. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh,
Stand aside.
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it.
But father, you haven't told her,
Have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her.
It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case.
I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true, the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm so excited to see your disguise. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead.
Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
Meanwhile, like, his hand is stuck in a bag of chippies. Iris, help! 13th of August, 9 a.m. I have no choice but to become the Great Ace Attorney 2. Resolve.
Oh shit, look at her. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mimbami.
Remember me. Remember me.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh, yeah.
Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
You ready?
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaru Naruhodo, is that correct? Sorry? The nervous eyes, just like him. Oh, yes, I've had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. She got the Ryonosuke eyes. She really does. I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean... Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken? But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You can't just say perchance. You may be thinking of Ryonosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is my original character, Ryonosuke. His cousin. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. Tut tut tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you? Susato's every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Please be careful, Ray. Tish, haha! What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Flit, flit, flit. Eyes be doing that. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. Was that only 9 months ago? And yet, for proceedings of such import, we have this unknown yokel by the dock, dear me. A yokel by the dock. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. It's been a hell of a 9 months. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Try the wrong answers here? Alright. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. Hey, Kurt. 9 months, a little late. 69. Nice. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? I like that she didn't even, like, gather her hair up into the hat or something. It's a good disguise. It's time to prove myself. Taro is a masculine name suffix meaning firstborn son or big/thick son. Denotes the eldest son in the family, associated with strength and longevity. Traditionally common, it's now considered old-fashioned, remains used as suffix for boys' names. So it's just like boy man. It's like it's not a good translation, but just like manly man. It's good. Thick son, manly man boy. Yes, your excellency. Rio man. Like, yeah, it's me, boy man. Manly boy man. But please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that's simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing here in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. The poo brain. Like it or not, minds are wont to blink. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise, even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little bit under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. The court record. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the record. That's right. Just use the right bumper to open the court record, and you need to flip through the people section, and don't take too long to overdo it. His Excellency's watching. All right. Check the court record with Ruba. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Yeah, postmortem report time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma. The victim's trauma to the lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound identified. No, Brett. Examination and witness statements. Oh. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting fatal hemorrhage. That'll be occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction observed in the victim in both eyes. Okay. Is that consistent with getting stabbed in a lung? Or is that some other cool thing? Yujima Kutoba, Remember Me. Giselle Brett. Guilty of murder, visiting President Dr. Lawson. Which, I think, if I remember correctly, Iris does not know the fate of her dad. Oh, Takatsuchi Ouchi. What if they even killed her hat? No, the hat's fine. I can save over that. That's fine. They haven't told her yet. Ray yelling her own name and spraying chrome over her teeth. Remember me! Shiny and chrome. Pretty sure it was the prosecuting attorney. The victim in this case is, yes, Prosecutor Takatsuchi Ouchi. What? Why, the sudden triumphant cry of yes. Are you threatening to kill me? He seems angry. And you're surprised? Did you consult the court record? You must look through it carefully. Yes, I did, of course. I looked at everyone on file, and I chose the person whose features appeared to be the most deathly. I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. It occurs to me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. I strongly recommend it. I simply can't ignore that imploring look. Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer. Very well, I will excuse this incorrect response given your wide-eyed state of panic. What is the name of the victim? I can tell you're panicking, so I'll give you a second shot. The victim in this case is none other than Professor Eugene Mikotoba. What? Well, to be written off by one's own child. Father, you seem suddenly so much older and wearier than you were mere moments ago. Because of you, clearly. The judge is asking for the victim's name, the person who was killed in this case. Look the information carefully before you kill me for mercy's sake. Oh dear, I can't ignore that disapproving look. I got an achievement for picking the wrong victim twice. Allow me to amend my answer. Most of the Ace 30 collection achievements are like, you fucked up in an interesting way, which is kind of fun. I would excuse this because you're panicking. What is the name of the victim? God. Xbox controller D-pad, my beloved. I just got a chance to hydrate. It's fine. Say the worst thing. Yeah. The victim is Jazale.
Yes!
Yes! How polite. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jazale Brett. Jazale Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jazale Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of a victim. Queen Victoria, a killer. Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria, obviously. Obviously not. The Queen of England studying overseas? I thought it sounded a little odd. Leave me out of this. I'm sure you know all the details of the case in question from 9 months ago. Yeah, how could I forget? I know every last detail about it. Then what on earth was that absurd answer you just gave? No more absurdity, please, Counsel. You will amend your answer. Of course, Your Excellency. They both have to call my answer absurd. This is the face of a victim. A victim, obviously. The victim's role is already taken, Counsel, as you should know. That answer came with such misguided confidence, I was almost taken in. I thought it sounded a little odd. Leave me out of this. Check the court record. You'll find it in the people section. That won't do, Counsel. Amend your answer before we have any more victims to contend with. Yeah, of course, Your Excellency. Gonna disown Susato. There she is, a killer. A killer.
Yes!
Yes. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Jazale Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Hey, person waving. Thanks for 20. A 12-hour workday. Ugh. Hope that is lessened soon. And Dave, thanks for 76. Appreciate it. How dare you? You gotta get caught up. You seem favorable to games discussed like some more Irish region. It's hard to say when she doesn't say that much, but maybe. I was indebted to the man. He had been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. Huh? A student of the Imperial YAAAA University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yep. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Feels like only a few months ago. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Oh shit, we're gonna get closure? Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before. So something about her motive would have implicated someone else? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incidents, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. This fucking guy. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. Oh, look at that bird. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Crab! The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Remember Me. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Right in the butt abs. You got never skip butt abs day. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. Huh? And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. Huh? On what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I'd like to say about. Alone together? As a young man, I need to learn more about these two women in their bathing suits in court. Mbami-san? Yes, what is it, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Suzato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. Chasing all the fly eyes. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. And they were companions. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. History would call them companions. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution on what he said about a powerful motive. The most toxic. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mbamai-san, you're a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. I'm just gonna call her Remember-san. Because Membami is like weirdly hard for me to say. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Member-san feels worse. I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? I guess that gives a motive. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. I believe we have all a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. She was still researching? Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. What? Huh? She wasn't just in jail? Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. 9 months is a long time. Poor Ray. That's brutal. So, Your Excellency, if you would be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Whoa! Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Buckets. I've been playing too much Pacopia, because I'm like, ooh, that's a habitat. You got a table and a chair and a tea set. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Unless... the court will accept this photographic print as evidence. It's whatever ghost types. It's a locked room mystery, unless... a locked room mystery, except for, well... yeah, I need to know more. That doesn't seem like the kind of wall you could just move. I mean, it doesn't look that heavy, but I don't know. We'll see. Perfect habitat for Sandy Gast. Ooh. Locked bamboo hut mystery. As I understand, the victim and the defendant were alone in the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. They were alone in the hut. I guess witnesses that saw them, like, leave or... okay, whatever. Witnesses, but who? The detective? Gumshoe son? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. The swan was sick and died choking on our case closed. No, swan's fine. Very well then, counsel, bring forth your witnesses. Or maybe it was a Ratatouille situation and the swan was puppeting Giselle the whole time. And the stab wound actually got the hat, but then she died without the, it's brush, no. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry. Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. So long ago. Arg! Ryonosuke Naruhodo. But yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Hiya! Yeah. And now he keeps his hair down. I'm glad they played that back, because I did forget about that. I mean, I remembered it, whatever. For strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Strike that with samurai, cultural huh? Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel? Silence! Literally always saying that. Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? Their top not getting cut could legitimately lead to a loss of status. Gotcha. Calling a girl. I said silence. Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. Huh? With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut's hardly comparable to Ray's life. What? It is? Oh, he's back. Oh, he's back. Both of them. Does he have a baby turtle? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out to the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. He's doing better. Good. Oh. Is that like a... Is that Brushell's great-granddad? Oh my goodness! Struggling students from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yeah, of course. I know. He deserves it? Yeah, he earned it. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. As for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Hey, Ashbourne. Doji Japanese 3DS released this game at DLC most case where he flashback to defending Kazuha from assault charges for cutting Ouchie's hair. Excellent. Do I have something on my face? A turtle? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, is it? God, what a good turtle. It's like a sad version of the turtle emoji. I think the Google one. Best emoji of all time. I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. Is he less pale? I have to see a side by side. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Yeah, sadly it doesn't just show up. Every turtle emoji should just be that turtle. I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial YAAAA University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At YAAAA University. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who had studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Catch. I wish I mean, maybe it's good that they only did it one time. But I always really enjoyed when they would use the sprite itself and like animate it around, flip it around, shake it. Catch this phone, you know. I just can Anyway, following my interview with the professor, hold on. A gun, yeah. He's holding a gun. What? Oh, he's got a cat. Whoa, ooh. He's holding a fan. What am I? I'm gonna be mad when I look at this in like 4 hours. Hey Afterglow, thanks for the raid. Welcome. We have started the Great Ace Attorney 2. We're in the first case. Is it Wanna Walk Eyes, kittens? I hope so. Okay. He's having a good time. For my interview, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. Why was she not in custody? She murdered a man. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her. Because British. She was being extradited. They already had it all sorted. Why is she just 9 months doing whatever she wants? White privilege, I guess. God. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Ignore the blood. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately, I'd work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Back out again at consumption cream. Well, very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. Regret, you say? Have I actually met that journalist? No, they're just hanging out. Flashbacks. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. Crab. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. It was just the one stab, actually. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. It's just the one time, actually. Maybe got TV from the turtle? Can that happen? It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it at the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. It was the crab. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Can a fountain pen work on sand? The victim's clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. She was in the middle of writing slurs when she died. Oh, that's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency, would you kindly? Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Remember me. Or, could be... No! It could be anyone. Really. Remember, Mom? Oh, Ronald McDonald! Oh, it was the burger clown did it. The fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Royal Majesty? It was Queen Victoria. Oh, shit. Have I omitted anything? Let me rotate this in my mind real quick. I can't? I'm not allowed to rotate the pen in my mind. Okay, well, shit. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. Susanna can't rotate things in her mind. She has, aphantasia. Right? I don't understand the prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago. had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Yeah, she's got a Fantasia. No, APHA, I think. That's where you're not able to visualize details in your mind's eye. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. Fantasia. That's the one. No cow rotation. That means, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. All right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Too bad I'm not a real lawyer, but no one's a real lawyer in this game. The no cow rotation disorder. Pictures like flowery language. Who in this scene? Rotate a cow. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Hold it! In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Thanks, Oz. Ray's name was changed from the original Japanese. It was Haori Murasame, which was a reference to clothing and a Japanese term for a passing shower. Not sure it was changed to still be Japanese. Probably because we're in Japan. Maybe they wanted a pun. I don't know. Makes sense. You wouldn't rotate a cow? I would. Those were my orders that day. Some matzo ball soup. Oh, I wish. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. Ooh. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Oh, look at him. Mr. Turtle loves the water. That was highlighted. That'll be important later. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Ahem. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. And I just managed to catch that crab when I heard a caterwaul from behind me. Hold it! Mr. Turtle's the only real witness. It's true. We need the turtle at the stand. You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kia! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. That's like the third time they've used the word want like that. W-O-N-T. Just feels like there's been a lot of wanting today. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around to the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. As is their wont. There you go. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Show me that crab. Yeah, crab. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. That is a really good sentence. I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. This man is an author. I see it now. I ran into the beach hut at once where I found the pair in question. Hold it! Decrabbed. Crab, no! Wait, by pair you don't mean to say. But how could that be? A fucking legend. I don't know if this was all Janet Shu or probably a team, but yeah. No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Membami-san. Let's go, Janet. Janet the goat. It would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Nolan curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see the defendants leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. The turtle's got like a bobblehead when he comes. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. Ryunosuke was given a typical Imperial uniform because it looked so normal. He was given a katana to make him look more ancient. Gotcha. To make it more like period piece. Janet did a blog post about localizing those. Nice. If anyone has a link to it, I can throw you a permit. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Suzuki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? You'd like a literary man's opinion? Yeah. There you go. Yes, that young girl was a stride Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. This son's blog post on Capcom USA. Gotcha. I saw blood on the blade. Wait. You.
Hold it!
Yeah, hold it. Kazuma died so Ryo could get his drip. It's true. Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible specter, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torpor, the author's torment. Yesterday.com. Oh, shit. Okay, but this website's cute as hell, though. I don't know what's going on the banner here, but it's good. Oh, this is like the little figures that Iris made, right? I didn't know there was like a whole collection of all of them. That was good. Anyway. Careful spoilers. Yeah, I'm not gonna read it right now, but I want to take a look at it. Wait, Ryunosuke is a rat. Confirmed. Confirmed. Eek. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. And you doubted me. I would never. And that was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. I thought you were doing the bit. No, I just thought you were like, he's a rat. And I was like, yeah, of course he's a rat. I didn't think there was context to it. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? That wasn't very manly at all. No. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. Listen, I have my like go-to voices that I do in general. I don't have a good voice for woman pretending to be a man. I have to pretend that I have a higher voice that I'm dropping in register, which is not easy. This is my manly voice. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. X to doubt? So you mean to say you're not confident you really did see what you've described? The Luke voice. Professor! I'm a manly man! I mean, yes, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it also in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Stanced up. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. Is an installment spelled with 2 L's? Is that a Britishism, or do I not know how to spell? I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. That's a British installment. You can't keep getting away with this, Britain. How is Britain bad at the language they invented? I say. As an American. Oh dear, how awkward. I don't think anyone does English right, to be fair. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
I am a cat who's alive and dead simultaneously. I make crabbery patty. Anytime I don't know. Anytime I think of Schrodinger's cat, I think of the stupid SpongeBob comic. We do not know if he is alive in the box. I make crabbery patty. She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? The what? Fuck, can I find it? This is not worth the time. Yeah. There's a version of this that's like dubbed, but this is the comic. I don't know if SpongeBob is dead or alive until I watch inside the box. I make crabber patties. Shut up. It's good. Anyway, moving on. Stupid. Let's not. There's a short. Okay, there's like a dub version that's very good. Very simply from the blood on the blade. Everyone was like, got it. Here you go. The blood. When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Right, I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. Oh, shit. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Oh, damn. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Bro, let Cosma die too. He's bad at his job. 0 for 2. I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find any inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even. A delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth. There's only one sure way to do that. With evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. You need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details on the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. It's all about inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with why, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. And then yell France into your DS. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. This is a very good conceit for a tutorial level, too. Like, I don't think anything will top Phoenix has amnesia from being hit on the head with a fire extinguisher. That's probably the peak of the mountain. But it's definitely a struggle that the devs have to solve of how do you introduce these concepts, how do you explain how the game works without just boring to death repeat players and not alienating new players. And having it be Susato in disguise doing a lawyer thing is like a very nice setup for that. Because she's been around for it, but she's like, nah, I'm in the hot seat. S tier. Good job. She stabbed wildly. I feel like that I could poke on, but I feel like this is the more obvious one. Yeah.
Objection!
No, there's one game. I've heard that. She did it. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, The stakes have been very, very high indeed. I thought she was gonna be like, it turns out pointing and yelling just feels really good. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. So is this a new theme for her? It might be. Who? What? Where? When? Who? How? Who? Not you, Suzeki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. And me? In your statement just now, you said the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, a bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Oh. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Also, another point in Susato's favor. Ryunosuke took a while to get good at slamming the desk. She's been good from the get. She's good at slamming the desk. No mess up on that point. Doesn't have 3 seconds. It's a good spin though. A stride. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did, wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. The Lisa Simpson, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite shrimple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True? Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. Yeah, but he was right. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing, withdrawing, and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. Bald, and that it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Just like Ryunosuke. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent, as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Well, maybe. Why? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could stab her again. Mm-hmm. I kinda want to see that, though. I kinda want to see that, though. Well, this is only one possible answer, but could it have been so she could stab the victim again? Pardon? Isn't there a saying, if someone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him the left also? Ryotaro, what are you saying? Or rather, what are you doing? Do you realize what a hole you're digging? It must be the pressure of being here. I'm starting to say things I don't mean. That's the poo brain. Quite a slap in the face for the woman you represent. You yokels and your heavy-handed ways. No, I didn't. That was just an example. A mere musing. I didn't mean that's what happened. It's only good etiquette. It's only proper. We're learning a lot from England right now, so I suggest you take a moment to consider your answer next time before you speak, counsel. Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you for allowing me another chance. The reason why, so that she could hide the knife. I think it was possibly so she could hide the murder weapon.
Objection!
And yet the murder weapon was left there, thrust into the sand at the scene. Having pulled the knife from the victim, she couldn't find a place to hide it, so that was her only option, perhaps. I think, counsel, that you were ill-advised with your answer initially, and you were further ill-advised to pursue it. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. This job is not to be taken lightly, there's just so much pressure. Just because you're under pressure doesn't mean you can say the first thing that comes into your head. I'd like to revise my answer, Your Excellency. Shock pose is good. Save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Break from serious stabber when I stabbed twice. And I do it again, too. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Oh, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? That's the ghosts. Your Excellency, if I may? They did not discover the no takey-outy thing yet? I don't know. Speak, witness. That doesn't seem like modern science invented the idea of, like, don't take out a stab wound. Right away. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion that just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. But no, since like the Roman era. That's what I'm thinking. Like, the first time someone got stabbed with an arrow and someone pulled it out and went, uh-oh, yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Witness testimony. Break the targets. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yep. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor's ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. You admitting to something? Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? Maybe she was already dead? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have? Susato? Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. That's why it's tough. But you gotta believe. Forensic medicine primer. Not the adjudication. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking can cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
What's blood? You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be all right? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. But the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage would occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Also, the blade punctured a lung, so you really don't want to just do that. Well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. Little sister energy. Yeah, it's really fun. Also, if they're able to just give her Ryunosuke's animations, it's a smart reuse of animation. No, they probably are able to retarget them like that. That's basic knowledge that any medical research system with no.
Hold it!
It's smart and it's cute. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here, which is clearly the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear. That recoiled at me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I plead insanity. I plead the Mo defense. Innocence under being a clown. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. Need I remind the court, Your Excellency, she is a woman, prone to bouts of insanity. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative. I gotta go. I fucking love Shutakumi. On a day's work. Okay. Alright. Alright, did I write this? No, I'm yes-anding the game and it's yes-anding me back. Okay, alright, okay. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh, shit. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? Susanoo dresses up like a man for 5 minutes and starts a podcast. That should cover the medical side of the argument. Based on Sonago, let's not forget the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
This is how Persona games are written. Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
There's a poll redeem? Oh. So there was. Thanks for letting me know. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. The poll is... that's the wrong command. Don't look at me, chat. I know what I'm doing. Poll for best returning AA witness. Larry Butts. Wendy Oldbag. Lotta Hart. Soseki. Natsume. Will Powers. It's best for any reason. There you go. Poll position. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Poll cat. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Do you like shit or not shit? Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Is that a pun? I think that's a pun. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. Larry Butts. Oh, I copied it from the poll. We both got it wrong. It's fine. It's the Butts. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susanoo, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. Why don't we just ask Ray? Nah, we don't do that, Nate's attorney. There's the number of times we're like, why can't we just ask them? Even if they had a hand-wavy explanation of like, well, they're gonna be biased, they're not gonna tell the truth, whatever. They just usually just don't even say that, and it's fine. I'm good, Skaterman, how you doing? What's so fun about fun? It's got fun in the name. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. And singing some song that doesn't exist yet. A guitar solo, I think. Examine in greater detail with that. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. I'll do it straight away. Suzuki won with 50% of the vote. So what am I forgetting about? 11 hours around 2 p.m. It's gonna do sound in the mind, racing lung, resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death occurred within minutes. Pupil constriction. Not sure where that comes into play yet. Crime scene photograph. The bottle. Mask. Pen. The wine fell over. Or the grape juice. The swan. The swan did it. I don't know. What am I missing? Oh. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. Oh, the 2D art of her is so good. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I think we found it. From Yume's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Okay. Isn't this bad for her? Okay, Following the lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11th August come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison was secretly developed and the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body either via the mouth or via wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. All onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. All right, great. The other side paper as well? The front side? Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, father? Oh, wasn't I able to look at the pen before? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture this moment and his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I thought it was just funny posing, but he actually chopped him on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Hiya! Good. What about the man on the bicycle? I want to know more. Oh, yeah! There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. But that would seem to imply the pen doesn't, in fact, belong to Ray. Cool. Man on bicycle strikes again. We just can't stop him. He keeps getting away. On a bicycle. If we take off the pen's lid... Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Uh-huh. It's empty. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you filled by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Hey. Okay. You drank it? Was it good? What did it taste like? The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Is this Jurassic Park? Yeah. Oh, there were dinosaur embryos inside the pen. Switch to squid form, it's true. It's hard to write poison into a plot. There's no reason to defend a tribal and the victim. Motive for killing the victim. What about this one? And then the motive is that she was checking for poison?
Objection!
Or had reason to think? This is just like Jurassic Park 2. There's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poisson that's having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poisson has no relevance to this case. But, fish. Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. A fugu fish. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... deadly in tiny quantities. Why is it being developed? Yeah? The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Memba-misan, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? But then... objection! I guess the fact that her pupils are constricted proves that if she was wrong and there was no poison, then she would have killed her by pulling the knife out. Or just, like, abetted the murder if someone else had plunged the knife. It's fine. This is complete and utter nonsense. I'm just saying this. So far, this doesn't seem to acquit Ray. It seems like it's bad, but in a different way. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise. And the kill with the knife instead of the poison. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. But to save her life, the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's what the university needs to look at it, I guess. By acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Objection! Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Is that an idiom? That's a very good idiom. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. A weasel's fart. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. Weasel? Windsickle weasel? Something to do with wind. Oh. Weasel, yeah, you know, like a weasel's fart. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly... From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I am well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? We'll save. Counsel submits to the court these, comma, ellipses, nuts. Link between the case and the poison in the newspaper article. So I can't use the article. This.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have had suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor. Professor? I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugene Mikotoba? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the lab to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Finally, thanks, Lydra. Get her on the stand. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Remember me, son, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day the professor and Suseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. And could it perhaps be stored inside of a fountain pen? Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman, Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she drank from her pen, which is a normal English thing to do, and then she died. And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Maybe this blood loss will help. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. Not guilty. Hooray. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, member Misan, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. Conclusive evidence? What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. But I'd imagine there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. Oh. Well. What the? Who took this Who took this photo? They were supposed to be in a changing room on the beach. Who took this photo? Danganronpa moment? God. What the? She's pulling the knife out. Yeah, that was my first thought. I was like, wait, it does look incriminating, but it could be her pulling the knife out. But more importantly, who took the photo? Mr. Turtle? Oh no. Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. It's palpable, I say. It was probably Larry. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Member Misan plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Ag. Order. Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. What does that mean, Susato? Careful now, Susato's starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Incriminating photograph. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Verily, ugh. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh.
Objection!
No, but she's got a point. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. the prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh, now, Cesaro, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. Rue? And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Let's take a look at it. Maybe it was the Swan. Took the photo, then hopped back on and played dead. The perfect crime. There's a big crack or something over there. I don't know if that's significant. Is there a hole over here? Clearly there's a gap somewhere, but there's nothing else visible in the frame. I don't think it's that little sliver there. I don't know. We'll see. Well, Counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is, who took that photograph? And the truth is... Hey, Tom. Century later, Apollo Justice would go, I found this photo on the ground in court, which would also be hand-waved. Yeah, but when the protagonist does it, I have the answer. Yeah. You know. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. But, no, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Identity. Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? Oh, man, what, huh? Is there anything here, man? Okay, is this So there's RM with a little symbol and no ink in there. I'm trying to use my brain. There's not that much evidence, so I feel like it should be obvious. Minutes. Also, I don't have a name, but it points towards who did it. It's weird. There's something about the identity of the photographer. Is there something in here? Is there something about the crack? Someone who was there? I don't have a badge. I don't have a badge. We're fucked. Not even a badgent. Badgent. Lawyer. Can I just present the photo?
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. She looked to the side. It was good. I'm afraid, counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. I'm obliged to penalize you for the lack of focus in both your eyes and your answer. Would you care to squeeze your head in your hands again, counsel, to punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence? I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial. Your Excellency, may I? You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, counsel. Well, it reveals something about the identity of mystery photographer. Is it the other photo? It was taken by police. Maybe it's like, well, how many people have cameras in current day?
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. Okay, not. Yeah, okay. What am I missing? It's probably really obvious and stupid. What if I say I don't know? Sure, that's fun. What doesn't convict your client only makes your case stronger. It's true. Random bullshit, go. If I give up now, I'll never be able to look Ray in the eye again. You need to steel yourself in some of your best arguments. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Boob. Let me save again after I get through this. What is it? I can't present a name. I am able to present evidence that reveals important details about their identity. What else is in the photo? Is it about where it was taken from? Is it about the poison? I don't know. I always think dumber. Yeah. I'm gonna try. I mean, at this point, I'm running out of evidence to even submit. Is it? Oh, is it just? Oh, okay. I was okay.
Take that!
Is it just there was someone else at the scene? What? I was like, wait, that makes sense. To be like, we've proven this isn't Ray's pen. God. Okay. Okay, well, that felt logical to me. Want a hint? No! No, at this point, there's only 3 things left. The newspaper article to make him spirited. I don't see what that would have to do with anything. Oh. Well, the Chicago Bulls are gonna be in town. That's exciting. Just have to go dumber? She was stabbed? The poison? And nothing of the incident? Cusco's poison. The poison for Cusco.
Take that!
What? Really? Oh no. This is the tutorial. Oh no. Oh no, the poo brain. Okay, okay, well. Can I get even dumber?
Take that!
Literally the last piece of evidence. Literally, I've guessed everything except for the right one. Okay, so now I know that it's this. Why is it this? Let me reread what the text is. Return some of this interview, Saseki-san. It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, it became a little over-animated. It was time by this time in England. Sorry, I managed to capture the Oh, god damn it. Ugh. Is that visible when it's zoomed out? It is. God. Fucking. No, I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Alright. Okay. I even noticed that there was a weird crack there, and then my brain just fell out of my brain.
Take that!
Yeah. Yeah. The newspaper? I did say I would get mad at that. I did call it. Just not for the reasons I thought, but then again, it's never for the reasons I thought. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Look at this photo. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Case 3, am I right? Indeed, they had already caught my eye as it happens. What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like? Shadows often are lighter than the background. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Objection!
Does the photographer following Suzeki around earlier? So you were already on to the right person. Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut of the beach council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of some tree branches. Curse my need to see the dumb alternate text. Sometimes I'm like, I don't care. Sometimes I'm like, no, I wanna. Especially when it's like, could it be a tree? And you're like, no, of course not. It could have been a tree. Like, that's good. In arguments I put forward myself only moments ago to much ridicule. There's no such thing as sleep. Thanks for 47. Welcome back. And any other songs of ours? Yeah, maybe. There was considerable ridicule involved. Indeed. We all had a laugh. It's hard to think of another explanation. Well then, hard luck. You pointed out yourself that no trees will be growing inside a beach hut. Oh, sorry. What was I thinking? It's time to consider another more credible option, I think. The curious matching pattern is a result of technique. I believe the pattern may be the result of a particular quirk of the photographer when taking a picture. You believe? What quirk could possibly produce such consistent markings? Clearly, it must be a quirk that's quite unimaginable. I repeat, Counsel, what would be the nature of this quirk? I can't really imagine, of course. She's just like a Naruhodo. She takes after them so well. Because there is no such quirk. It's time to consider another more credible option, I think. Let me just save scum. It's not save scumming when I know it's wrong. Right? Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. The sassy pose. The confident hand on hip. With what? With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. Is one for all. More like huh for all. Huh? In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper. Ah. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Minimoo! I see why you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Menimino. Menimemo. 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 More. Minimum. Suzeki-san. Is that the guy who was in the background behind him and I was like, it's the brush? Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, why would they make a 3D model for a single gag? Like, sure, but oh, man. What was that? Did you say Menomino? Do. Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Menimemo. Raiten Menimemo. Hounding me from dawn till dusk. The soy sauce news? Show you. Now that he mentions it. I prefer the Tokatsu times. That guy. That fucking... his fucking armband. Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright, yeah. I wish I was more observant. Could that same reporter be? Now in ramen. Same. The Tokatsu... Show you. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with right Mamunimo. Okay, I was gonna do the bit, and they did it for me. Okay. Here I am, stuck in the middle. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Minimamo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Show me, show you. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. Written many memo. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. We'll solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? This might be a spoiler, but they're not gonna find any poison on the blade. Methinks. Meh. Good. I mean, we have a fountain pen that was devoid of ink, so it seems like that's... But they only found one, like, wound on the victim. But maybe she, like, pricked her finger or something, I don't... Mods, please buy it. Please time out the streamer. The thing is, if there's no poison on the blade, you would have to prove that poison's what killed her. Cause like maybe she was poisoned, but she still died from the knife being pulled out. So if she didn't do anything, she'd die from poison. But if she pulled out the knife, then she died faster from hemorrhaging. It's very funny. 10:41 a.m. Let's go. If there's ink, you must drink. Is that? It's another idiom. I'm so sorry, Suzato. I should have told you about the toxin. I'm a funny streamer, doesn't spoil well-known knowledge. Right. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. It's a trolley problem. Except both tracks lead to the same person, but if you pull the lever, you incriminate yourself. So it's a really shitty trolley problem. I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Suzato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet, I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Suzato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Suzato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Oh, she down bad. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Suzato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. I read that as Yuri wooooooo, like DuckTales. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your hearts to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. Whoa, Susato. You're a gallant lawyer to me. I'm coming round the mountain with some Yuri on my knee. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I knew it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? What do you mean, Barry? No. Barry, yes. Then a moment later. A lavender marriage. Mm-hmm. This game has some real weird opinions of what is required to be a lawyer. So all of a strike, yeah. Can't see very many. You know. I'm reading the Wikipedia definition of Yuri. And I'm going, oh, interesting. I see. She suddenly got to her feet. You can do what? Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. She came from Kumamoto with a koto underneath. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yeah, I expect the poison's gonna come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent that I brought with me to court, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Why didn't you say something earlier when the judge was like, hey, police, look at this knife? Why are you... Chemical reagent. I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver the police... Okay, thank God. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. It tastes like lime. The chemical reagent has been entered into the court record. It's been carried in strict secrecy and it exists only in my father's laboratory. He's a good dad. I'm glad he didn't die of sickness off screen. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. He's being channeled by Maya. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the lab. That so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. I mean, I know that, like, Japanese society is very polite, and there's a lot of structure around that, but you're talking about government secrets, my dude. Well, it would be awkward if I don't tell him about a government secret poison, so I had to tell him a little bit about it. It's only polite. Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely. Yeah, but he asked. You're either a killer or accused of being one. Or you live long enough to see yourself become accused of a crime. Some light treason as a treat. And you'd be bumped. The reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Menmemo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Suzeki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. But then he got a taste for a scoop. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel? We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes? Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. I think he's gonna go fine with no curveballs whatsoever. 11:30? It's almost lunch. What the hell is this bird emote? Oh. What is society? What is going on with that bird? I hereby call this court to order. It's amendment. Okay. I was like, what? As we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency. 11:30 means it wasn't Christmas. True. I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory and at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Everyone in chat acts surprised when he says there's no poison on the blade. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagents delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it'd be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Huh? But that's my whole case. Oh no! Oh no! What? No! What? Huh? Are you sure? No way! Thanks, Chad. I would stake the reputation of the police on it. So, like, not that much. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. No matter what happened has been on the court record. It's so over for me. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Damn. Guess she did it then. Did I hit the soundboard? Yeah, my bad. Let me get that for you. Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness. How does it matter just because the Ray had a reason to think it did? Well, it matters. I guess it depends on how they would interpret that situation. If they could prove that she believed she was acting in good conscience, but still inadvertently led to someone's... Maybe she didn't stab him, but if she thought it was poison, but pulled out the knife and then that made her die and there was no poison, I feel like that's something. Like, I don't know. That's not like innocence, but it's not full guilt. It's like, yeah. Is that manslaughter? I don't know. I don't know the legal definitions. Yeah, Eastern is just like murder, cold-blooded murder, or accidental murder. There's no in between. But this is like, she was already gonna die. Oh, maybe it's manslaughter. What about one manslaughter? Negligent? Maybe? But it's like if she was already gonna die, whether or not she did anything, but she committed an action that sped up her demise. That's something. So, Japan also has only other. Oh, maybe it was one. It's true. She was a girl. It wasn't manslaughter. We're convicting her of manslaughter. Objection, she's a woman. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? There is in between murder and saint because sometimes Ace Attorney does the tragic murder, which to me are usually the better cases. I do love someone who was evil and then fucked up and gets their just desserts, but the drama, the juicy drama is the like, oh no, if only they communicated. Oh, all of this not Rubik's Cube, Rube Goldberg machine of bad circumstances, all because if only they talked or whatever. Like those are good. Kind of like case, like, yeah, there's a number of cases that fit the bill. Which, as I've said many times over this entire franchise, I like the variety. I like that it's not just every single time it's the innocent person. It's not Scooby-Doo syndrome of first person you see is the guilty one. Like, they mix it up. So, I just tend to like the cases where it's like a tragic twist. And you're like, no, damn it, no. And you're like feeling for them. But then like there's some nugget where it's like, oh, but they fucked up. They're still like a bad person. Because you don't ever want like an innocent person to have murdered someone and then they're like, oops. They don't usually do that. It's like, yeah. It's not old man Willikers. Yeah. Apollo would have gotten ordered by the end of Birth by Sleep. They just had to talk it out. Please state your name and occupation for the court. Write in the memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. End quote. What's a journo, father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of a journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. The last time I saw an Ace Attorney character grab suspenders and snap them back, there was a lot more bouncing. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? I was about to say, well, mind you. You know you're already thinking of her. Fine day, fine day. Give this man, that's my point. Give him jiggle physics. More extreme than what What's-Her-Face had. What have we here? I really was. I'm sorry. Zavrin, thanks for 83. It was old man Henderson, the jester. Brace yourselves, people. Minimo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. It's a lot. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Hey, Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Auchi. That's Taketsuchi Auchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. Thanks for the bits. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mnemoism. Mnemoism. Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. The tongue poke with a pencil is upsetting. I didn't even think about it. You're right. There's no reason to lick a pencil. That was me, Menememo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. The moisture makes it stick to paper better. Ew. At least he's using a book on his arm. Yeah, well. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Unless it's a lead pencil. Yeah, he just needs the yummy, yummy lead. Miss Brett's words. Makes darker lines. Yeah. Oh, he's really going to town on it, though. Ugh. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway. New pencil. I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right? Here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Graphite looks like that, yeah. Cool motive, still murder. Yeah, the camera never lies. The beach shot was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. But it was for journalism, right? The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Hey, that's weird. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Okay. My smoldering journal spirits burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. I don't like that he's just holding that pose. Oh. The reed screens, you say? Patient. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. I think he has an ammo belt. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. When you say hotting up, ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Thank you, Guzato. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have been a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses? Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Good. The camera never lies. Ow. It helps them journalist better. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There are plenty of gaps I could see through.
Hold it!
There's the patient. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry. To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even memoism, it's basic journalism. You see, I'm not a pervert. I don't even perceive gender. That doesn't answer anything that I'm talking about. Nevertheless, now scoops. Super crazy about scoops. Diversity. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Nice scoops, thanks. Scoops are non-binary. Yeah. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. Hey, I am Zach. I ran into a Sholmes cosplayer a few weeks ago. I didn't immediate, what the hell is he doing here reaction? Oh. That would be going to like a con and finding a Sholmes cosplayer just like perched on a chair facing the wall. And they just sit there for like an hour. Just like random, just in a pose in a weird spot, not doing anything. Would be really good. I want to do it. That'd be good. It'd be a good bit. I guess real cosplay. Yeah. Anytime you can like do a bit is good. I think Sholmes was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
He's in timeout. Out Deadpool in Sholmes. Yes. So you actually saw Memba Misan entering the hut. Blending into a group of anime cosplayers. And she was raging like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Okay. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears. Like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Happy Easter. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment I caught on film. Happy last day of Passover. Make sure to light all the candles on your matzah. Your matzah. It's fine. And just seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the door.
Hold it!
I was just trying to make like a Hanukkah menorah matzah, but it didn't come together. Yeah, matzah these balls. Yeah, matzah balls are great. You swear before this court you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Mozzarella. Shit. The precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. You melt the base of the candle, get to stick to the matzah. I'm just thinking of like a matzah birthday cake where there's not even any kind of decoration. It's just matzah with candles hastily stuck through it. Be this so sad. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. A matzah menorah. Yeah. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Cinderella matzah mozzarella. Oh. Ooh. Is there matzah in the matzah? There might be. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. Memo pad. Memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, you mean peeped? I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut. Yeah. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. That's what I have noted down. My turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. Boo, evil hiss. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Whoa. Oh. Did she have her back to the door? Maybe, hear me out. Suzeki-san grabbed a crab. Maybe the crab was holding a knife. When Suzeki grabbed the crab, it got startled, let go of the knife, and it went flying and hit her in the back right as she turned around. And it took a few seconds for it to kind of sink in. It was also poisoned. This is the poison blade. Now, I don't know if it's split. I'm working with the information that I have here. Never cook again. Where was there? The girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged her knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Like the intro to Ninja Gaiden. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Menimemoism says. By the way, Menimemo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy, rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers, we can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? No, he's into it. Don't be sad. Poor nothing. Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? Observe. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Menimemo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Menimemoism. Is it? I'll gladly prove my words aren't meaningless. But nihilism's the foundation of your creed? What? I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Hold it!
He might be stupid. What, an NPC, an ace attorney? Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Menimemoism and humanism don't always agree. Okay? And most of the time in those instances, Menimemoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. Journalists are famously anti-human. I agree, Todd. That's, you know. But this guy's onto something. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. Think the chest's gonna pop like Garo Tornado. That's what I was saying. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? Think of it. Journalists are aliens, here to observe. If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he's said. Get the most Reddit upvotes at any cost. As you've no doubt seen many times before in your role as judicial assistant. I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. The beach shows me to show reads. Yep. Well, then explain this.
Objection!
I should probably spin that blade around. Menimemo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more Menimemoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Menememo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, remember me. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No. Right in memo, RM? That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of mnemoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the courts will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is? Horsey horse dog. Menememo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Attention!
She did the Apollo. I saw a demon in your hand. Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. There is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Yeah. Got it! As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Menememo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Emblem. A fire emblem. Suddenly the stars don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Menememo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ha, ha, ha. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview. You never mentioned this before? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. His theme does slap. It's very jaunty. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yep, alright. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Minimism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Okay. Very well, I will grant the witness's request. Why? Okay, sure. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Suzeki-san, hiding something? Is he not really a cat? That'd be huge. Because we like him. Yeah, Suzeki-san. Woo, yeah, he's back. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Minimism demands I reveal it now. And by now I mean later. You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Maybe he ran over to her and was like, oh my god, are you okay? Have you seen my crab? I let go of it somewhere. And then he ran off. As she was dying. I asked her for an interview, but she declined. I left that without making a fuss.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. Minimalism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? That's how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Does Swan eat the crab swap? No way. Not crab swap. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Girls are allowed to have hobbies. That told me, so I waltzed right out of there. That's all I came for. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Alright, thanks, ma'am. Sorry to bother you. Have a nice time at the beach. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Okay. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
He just respects her too much. That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left. Then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. The classic scoop swoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel students would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it. The precursor to beef swap. The scoop swoop. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Suzeki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know. The
the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Suzeki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
But he did come back and murder this woman. Might have.
That's when this writer man here asked her a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What did he say? Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Arg. Out with it, you yokel-hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand you amend your testimony. I will. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
Okay. So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind.
I hope we never see Soseki again. I laughed so hard.
And now here we are. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing.
Because she was stabbed through the lung and she was dying?
She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Can you blame him?
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman? Reverse racism go. Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Oh.
Hold it!
Well,
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant.
Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. Far side? Cow tools. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut.
Not at her, at the, okay. Yeah, well.
Cat foot. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Or she was pointing at the back of the hut where she was stabbed from. Back of the hut. My favorite Star Wars.
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Everyone's talking Japanese. We're having a Japanese conversation, and then he just randomly says fiddlesticks in English. It's good.
Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
A ghost? Your memory events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear.
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
All caps, this is English. Gotcha.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why?
A Soseki mustache or a judge beard?
¿Por qué no los dos? Because, as the courts can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No. No!
Heh heh heh, the headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her accounts of how events unfolded in the defense chamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. I mean, my assumption for a long time has been that she was stabbed through the wall of the hut they were in. But like, why did she not immediately respond to, ow, I've been stabbed in the back? She like stood up and walked over and then fell over and was... It's weird. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. Hard to speak. No, I guess? I don't know. It's the English way. As always say, a stiff upper lip, even when stabbed in the back. Must go out as a gentleman. Shock too. Maybe, maybe. Yeah, that's fair. He doesn't get insta-kill backstabs. He's not a spy. I take it then the defense has nothing further to add. So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. It is very unladylike. I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim? I know.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
I mean, I'm not an expert. If you... Garrett would do something like that. If you have one lung puncture but the other one is fine, I know it would suck really, really bad. Does that just, like, collapse the whole business? And it's just kind of like, yeah. You don't need both lungs stabbed. We've been in this trial so long I forgot Ryunosuke was a character. Who's Ryunosuke? You would not be able to scream. You still be able to talk. That's why you have two. Yeah, but I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't know. Gasping for air. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. But more oxygen. People do not cry when stabbed in the back. Yeah. What's my favorite you do? I don't know. Hum and shrug. But anyway, there was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. I meant to look at the knife. I didn't look at it, if I'm allowed to spin it around. I am. Is there anything on here that identifies who this knife belongs to? First I noticed, yeah, I do remember hearing that. Fun trivia. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? Out damn spot. This is something else, Father. Nothing really. Could be anybody. Whose blood is dark red, though? The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. Susato, you're holding it upside down. Ah. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. What's it taste like? How does it taste? Not Latin? Guess not. Was German? Was German? I get that the magnifying glass is just like a mechanic, but every time I'm like, there's gonna be a little detail somewhere that I'm missing. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Okay. We have consensus. Someone else present at the scene who could have committed the crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. 3DS small. Yeah, that's fair. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. Net zero, let's go. This is fiction, fantasy. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about Psycho. If, like, maybe due to world events, they're like, let's use Latin instead. Like, I mean, I don't know that history. That's interesting. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? I was gonna say back here, when they were sitting. But, you know, I'm gonna say, unless they're saying that they were stabbed. I'm gonna go with my gut, which is back here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location. Yeah. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. We got it. The music's good. What? I guess they didn't want to make it too... I mean, it feels obvious, but if she was still sitting with her back in the diagram, it'd be like, well, obviously here. So they had it from later in the fight, but it's fine. Order. But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Classic wasn't me defense. Immediately get under it and be like, but I was the only one there, but I didn't see anyone else. Like, okay. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel. 2 out of 2 on suspender snappers being murderers. That is a worrying trend. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? This.
Take that!
I think. Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Oh. Well, never mind. Counsel, you're suggesting this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed? It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall. No. The suspenders of disbelief. That's where you're supposed to suspend. If your theory is correct, the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere. Oh. A trace. Yes, on the hut itself. Oh, okay. The sliver from the other. I was gonna say, like, this proves that you could easily fit an entire camera through. So, yeah, that's fine. This photo, though. All of that.
Take that!
I was trying to prove the theory, not literally this is the gap she was stabbed through, because I didn't think about that, but it's fine.
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. I like that it is focused on Mimbo, and then Suzuki's just having a panic attack to the side. You could point at either of them right now as looking suspicious.
Once again, I must call you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place outside the hut?
Take that!
He's saying this, right. Look closely just here.
In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed.
Right in memo, son. It could only have been you. No!
Oh, Suzuki, calm down.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
Stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slits in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Okay, that makes sense. Before the defendant, Memba me son's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Menememo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd.
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant,
Membami-san is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this, I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and... There it is. I was like, this is going way too smoothly. Ha, ha, ha. Innocent laughter. This is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Suzeki looking back at the camera. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Ms. Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. I just had a thought in my brain, in the thought place. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Because my theory for a while, just from when we saw the pen and saw it was empty, was that the poison was housed in the pen. And now I'm like, wait, this man's got a big old ink stain on the side of his hand. So if he had the poison mixed in with his ink, you could test the ink on his hand, maybe. Maybe. And if they did that, they'd be like, yep, that proves it. We have a trace of the poison, you have it on you. So maybe. I'll try to put it out of my brain, because sometimes I have theories, and I'm like, that makes sense, and then I put myself in a box, and then I have to think outside that box, and I'm like, no, but it doesn't line up with my theory. How refreshing to hear the arguments of a metropolitan mind. Bailiff! Some sort of an ink swap? No way. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back, and with whose blade. Excellent uses of whom and whose. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Forgotten already, have we, Yoku? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Wait, but did you stab her or not? Even if it's the poison that killed her, you still maybe stabbed her. Order. But where does this leave us? Poison is stored in the ball. Point pen. Well, it's a fountain pen, but point... I'm actually your pun. In that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? How did it? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. She drank it. Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see... A bottle of carbonated water? And a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Oh no, the grape juice. Well, what do you know? Look at these dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You'll explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's metamemoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
Complete innocence.
Oh yeah, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Huh.
Why would I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Maybe because it's a top secret poison that you'd never seen tested before and you wanted to confirm she was dead? I don't know. Any number of reasons. One of those Ace Attorney sentences that floors you when you read it, you can't outshoot the Takumi.
I can't have killed her because I tried to kill her.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
You were just talking about how your job as a journalist is to observe and not... whatever. That's it? That's all? Okay. So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen.
You can blame this miserable country of ours. I'm not guilty. We live in a society. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there.
Junklerism.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before.
So are we.
But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
What if that was his plan? I poison her with this poison. If it doesn't work, I stab her. Either way, she dies. If she dies from the poison, you can't trace it back to me. If she dies from the stab wound, I run away. I don't know. It seems really bad logic. Yeah, the poison for Cusco.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. It's all quite logical.
I'm just trying to say, like, even if he poisoned her, you definitely could have stabbed her as well. It's just, whatever.
Well, I'll accept it. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? What would Ryunosuke do? Pow! Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. It probably is. It's not case 4 or 5, where we would expect like a final version 3 final cross-examination final. Seems like it's heading in that direction. No, I stabbed the Englishwoman. That's why I'm innocent.
Hold it!
She stole my kill, thus I am innocent. You do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. It was my civic duty. My Honda Civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. I drove in my Honda Civic duty to the crime scene. In summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student's girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Happy Honda days. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. He whispered happy Honda days as he stabbed her in the back. It was a grisly scene. That probably won't be a problem later. Nah, I think it'll be fine. Because why would I have bothered to stab her if I'd poisoned her?
Hold it!
So you still maintain you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. He didn't know she'd been poisoned. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. This is absurd. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today. The law is stupid. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. The entire point of the series. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's how the law is administered, sometimes it's the people implementing the law. It's fine. When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murder arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
My goat got. What exactly were they arguing about? About what had happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student's girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland to a free woman. I was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make him listen. Return to the dock at once, Memba-mi-san. Also, who is Susato? We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great-peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
That is consistent with earlier testimony. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true.
Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his lab.
But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It was just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes.
Menememo-san, one small question if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Menememo-san.
As a journo and a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Menememoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up, my stories never stink.
Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts.
Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony.
He's weak. Throw a trank bomb. The point is, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. You've already made that point. Several times.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yeah, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Yes, that's it. That's when Menememo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Maybe, because the article mentioned the thing about the eyeballs, the pupils constricting. So maybe he was like, shit, if her pupils constrict, they'll know that it was the poison from the lab? I don't know. That's weird. A super secret poison. Possibly because of Diddles. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. There's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Based on investigation gleaned by eavesdropping. Wait a minute. So how could I use that? Oh, what about instead of I poisoned her? Let's try it.
Objection!
Okay. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Menememo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Menememo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. This is a slight tangent, but I also like that Suzato uses a book when she's checking the court record. Typically, the Naruhodos have like a piece of paper they're looking at, but she always has a little book. It's a different book than the other book, but it's just consistent with their character. They could have just used the paper animation. That's my point. The extreme constriction of the pupils. It's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. Remember me. She's book-pilled. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san's being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right, Menememo? That seems pretty decisive. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that that was a terrible mistake.
because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Attention!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Here.
Order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Twisting the knife, Susato.
Lost hope?
Final testimony, final?
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument.
But what are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say, gave it to the victim, you say, stabbed her, you say, lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence?
Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you?
But without evidence, it means nothing.
Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government?
Indeed, all visitors are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. I think my theory was good. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Maybe he hid it up his butt. But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the lab that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Good. My point is this. There's one way that you, Menememo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. Turnabout bisexual, good. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. You weirdly kissable lawyer. What proof do you have this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Could I do this?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. The music didn't stop, so I got nervous.
Back. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Kids these days with their pens. It's a fad. As a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
Soup? Y'all going to SoupCon?
That's right.
Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. Soup! What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah! And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Menememo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the lab. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. So because he feels he has to be polite, he reveals state secrets to random people. And then because it would be impolite to do a thorough search, he doesn't thoroughly search when people might have stolen poison. Okay, I got it. That's Japan for you. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. You gotta be polite. We did all in Canada too. Carry on, don't want to inconvenience you as you rob the bank. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Menememo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. This is also rough because if it was meant to be wine and they changed it to like seltzer water, even if the poison is clear, there's probably traces of ink, and it would be very obvious that something had been added to water. Whereas if it was a darker liquid, literally any darker liquid, that would have masked the presence of ink. It was very dark water. She just loves ink. Oh my god, delicious. Yeah, there's a Kobe coin inside the reservoir. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
Why is my water blue? That can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? But as you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. It was heavy water. Ugh. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Hey, witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
Wahahaha. So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? You can't pull the society card again, man. So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Oh my god, it's Wolverine. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Hiya! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final, decisive blow to finish this matter. Chad, I think I called it. I think I'm a genius. As I see it, the situation's now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. Ignore the fact that I got stumped and had to guess all the other wrong evidence first before I got to the right one. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. Pass the bar. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
I'm dunny with the funny. Minamemo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we're well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Get his ass.
Very well, then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it, then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Hopefully it's a dialogue choice, because I don't have it. By means of this item, it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Oh no, I don't have it. Oh, if I use the reagent. That's well worded. I got
Take
it.
that!
Counsel, what is that ball?
This is a ball. It contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minamemo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
Arg, arg. No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. A drip on the tip. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. This is what an innocent man does. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. Trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but bowing its head, I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen. I fought tirelessly on the battlefield of news, righteousness, Susanoo, with me! I'm there! What the fuck? Did I do it right? That was a Susanoo takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown.
Tetsusanko!
Sapphics. All caps. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen. Ooh, it's Susanoo. It was clear to everyone present. You'd think that, Saseki would be like, Susanoo takedown, that seems familiar. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. I thought they were gonna test the ink on his hand. Just testing the pen directly feels less dramatic, but gets the job done. Because if it was on his hand, you could be like, I dropped that pen. I didn't use it that day. It's like if it's on his hand, that's even more decisive. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. It was the devil. Now we have to prove the devil exists. In court. That's right. We have to subpoena Satan. Answer me one thing, Minamemo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. I was hoping that this trial would, give us, more of, Giselle Brett's, motive for killing Wilson. But maybe there's more. But then, why? I thought, like, whoever killed her was trying to cover something up, but it was just, like, more... Yeah. Go ahead, Dills. I don't think they would have brought up the fact that it was unresolved and then just to not resolve it again, so... We'll see. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I appreciate the restraint, chat. Too bad she's dead. Yep. We'll never know.
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it.
Ghosts are real, but ghosts haven't been proven real in court. This is before that part of the timeline.
And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. Was that supposed to be the water on the table? That is dark water. She died doing what she loved, being racist. What did you call me? This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Innocent on all charges. Yay! That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
For 1 minute, as she was literally about to be extradited to China, she just couldn't fucking keep it together. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. I'm just too much of a journalist to not murder someone. It's understandable. We've all been there. They did not hold back. Yeah. I suppose, hey. What a good journal would do. I'd like to ask you something.
Yes.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. Yeah. I mean, there's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was.
What?
What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I've done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is gonna let criminals walk free, if they're gonna crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? That's how you do a society monologue. Now I'm like, okay, now he's got a point. Let's not forget, Manamemo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. Wow. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. That's how wars are started. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Hey. Yeah. Gavel, 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 gavel. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Cool motive, still murder. Basically, yes. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh, yes, ahem. Sorry, Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable this is your first experience at the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Fast forward 100 years, things are worse than ever. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Oh. Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a Kello youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Yeah, he's making toast. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Son. Oh. Oh, the sparkles. Damn. That does show some growth, though. I refuse to salute. He sucks. Oh, I wish the turtle was saluted. Good bit. Good bit. Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me, son? Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you guilty. Yay! Woo! Yeah, woo! Yay! I love a 2-second loop so much. All in a day's work. Court is adjourned. Not guilty. not, every not, it's like, huh, who, not, guilt, int, yay, wait, yay, uninnocent, 2:38 p.m., damn. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? I know you're watching me from heaven. By the way, Naruhodo died between games. Susanoo! He tripped on a rat. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. England equals heaven. Heaven, not the other one? He died by choking on cheese. A rat bit his toe. There you go. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything. Oh, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susanoo, don't be so standoffish. Sorry. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. It was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not.
Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What? What is happening?
Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
I don't... So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly, astoundingly, ace attorney.
He said he did it. He said that. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. Also skillful with one L there. I've read, like, British texts before. I just guess I've never noticed that that's a thing. Of truncating an extra L when turning it into a ulful. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. He's keeping the turtle, right? Truly an impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. It is fun that the first time he showed up, you're, like, not sure if he's trustworthy. His appearance and demeanor are very, like, maybe this guy did the murder. And then after that point, like, even in this trial, he's, like, clearly not the suspect. It's kind of nice. Then he gave us fucking business card, true. It's just, and by the way, I'm an inspector. You're like, okay. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Leave it the bits, Ashbourne. How good a lawyer says I would be if it wasn't for the world around her. Really? Yeah. Real. It stinks. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? But that's something I've appreciated about this and the last game, is that it's using the time period not just to be like, we don't have cell phones, and cameras are rare. Like, they're using the time and place as they see fit, which makes it more interesting than just like we have wacky technology. It's steampunk. This is good. It's good. That didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Kazuma? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes.
The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, The detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. No, not the precocious child who's wise beyond her years. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. Small genius. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yeah, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. So I say anything. Could you just tell me one thing, though? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Let me go! Ha! 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 Memo-san? So, one throw wasn't enough for you? I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor? Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? Not her, the student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Holy shit. What were you officers playing at? Judge got moves? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. What happened to judges since the Meiji era? Very relevant picture. Yeah, can't wait till we're done. I think we're almost done. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene, and it's a good job I came by. This judge is a character. I see that. They used to be grapplers. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Your Excellency. Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Is there a pun there? And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato? Oh, you. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? Ha ha. Judge Hell? Jigoku is Hell. Oh. Ooh. Judge Hell is pretty brutal. You go to trial and the Honorable Judge Hell, please rise. No, I don't think so. A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk if Seishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? He's a good dad, but also I'm like, Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, father. Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did Thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha. Old man, yeah, that old man. He sure dodged that question, sure did. Whatever could father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotabo-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. After these commercial messages. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in, thank goodness, locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
You know, I wrote a single line about how there's this guy dressed up like a Shakespeare guy.
And your father's face grew pale.
I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
Okay. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? Was that the case of, the Garadebs throwing the knife out the window? Or was that a different case? He's scared of ghosts. No? Yes? I don't know this case. Oh. That was the first case. Oh. Oh, they're doing a thing. Oh. Oh. Neat. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Flashback case. Okay. Wasn't expecting to do a flashback. They did a good job not making it seem like I missed anything. Oh. I mean, there were a couple, like 3 months later,
So,
kind of jumps.
the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
The poo brain when you stand as defense attorney.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Get on a boat! Go back to England! He needs you!
Whether it's in court or not, I guarantee Naruhodo needs her right now. Guy's hand stuck in a cookie jar. And... Ugh. Japanese based in the UK. Ooh. Pearl would have swum there by now. With a dagger in her teeth. Yippee! That was a fun case. Fun intro.
The clouded Kokoro.
Alright, well. We'll pick this up tomorrow. These Zukatas are pretty good. Yeah, I think we did look at them. I wasn't planning on putting them on. Because it says they're only available for use in the second game, but he's got an iris suit. If chat is like, we want him, I could turn him on, but I thought at least at first, stick with the default costumes. Look at the shoulder. Does he have... Oh, on his shoulder. Oh my god. He's got a little rat on his shoulder. Well, shit. I'm starting to leave it off for now, but maybe we turn on. And then his Japanese jumble mix. Looking like a Persona character. They are good. Yeah, I like the defaults. I'm glad that there's, like, options there, but... He would wear that. Yeah, he would. Anywho, let me wrap it up. Slightly shorter, but these streams always are just brutal on my throat, so I'm happy to call it there. I don't want to start the case and just do, like, the intro and then have to pick it back up. So we'll start the second case tomorrow. Thanks for chatting and hanging. I'm excited to pick it up. The poo brain is real. It sure is. We're back. Ace Attorney. It feels good. I can't believe. Just remembering a couple years ago being like, I just want to play like one Ace Attorney game for the spin-off with Layton. And then here we are, all these years later. Darkrod, thanks for 64 months. Been so fun seeing you slowly get through each and every Ace Attorney. It's probably one of my favorite games in the series. Can't believe we're nearing the end. Good luck. Thank you. Appreciate it. Arcade Bubbles, thanks for 69 bits. The Swan hat is a witness, or better yet, a killer. I hope. Alzul, thanks for 50 bits. Ray might generally be the most unambiguously gay character in Ace Attorney, like genuinely down girl. It is very fun for her to just blatantly be like, oh my god, you look really good. No, Ray, that's your best friend Susato. Okay, but like, you look really good. Like, not being like, oh, forget it, I said anything, I'm so embarrassed. Just being like, no, but like, can you put on the uniform again sometime? Like, just, God. Alzul, thanks for 50 bits. I have no choice but to become the great Ace Attorney. 2. Kurt, thanks for 69 months. You said 9 months ago, a little late. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. Taro is traditional masculine, name suffix. Appreciate it. Person waving, thanks for 20 months. Glad to have a stream keep me in good spirits while I sit for what is looking like a 12-hour work day. I hope it goes quick. Dave, thanks for 76 months. Still catching up on VODs. I hope you enjoy them. And this, when you get to it. Squeaks, thanks for 5.5 years. What in the Rule 63 is this? Numinatus, thanks for 36 months. 3 years. Ace Attorney at long last. Egads. Ashborn Phoenix, thanks for 100 bits. The original Japanese DS had a DLC case. Defending Kazuma from assault for charges of cutting Ouchie's hair. Afterglow and Faros, thanks for the raid. Ozul, thanks for 100 bits. They changed Ray's name from the Japanese. Salem, thanks for 100 bits. Ray confirmed serial stabber. Ozul, why don't we just ask Ray why she removed the knife? We don't do that. Oh no, pulling the knife out just like she said she was. Tom, thanks for 96 bits. A century later, Apollo Justice would go, I found this photo on the ground, which would also be hand-waved. It's, there's a lot of contrivances in every case for it to work and not just be 10 times longer. Sometimes the contrivances make me mad, and sometimes they just hand-wave it and I'm like, fine, moving on. It just depends very specifically on what it is. So when he's like, I found this, and it's like, moving on, it's like, whatever. It's fine. Sometimes they bring up a thing where I'm like, why are we moving on? This doesn't make sense. And then a character will be like, we shouldn't move on. And it's like, thank you. You want to grab them and shake them. Thank you. It has to be a bit stupid, and that's part of why I like it. It's the tonal balance between the logic and the what the fuck logic is fun. No such thing as sleep, thanks for 47 months. Zavern, thanks for 83. Welcome back. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. Everyone is into Susato, it seems, although it is a bit weirder here given that a MMO is about almost 40. Yeah, well, looking past that as well. Also the fact that they're like, you are outside of a changing hut on the beach taking pictures, you're a pervert, and he's like, moving on, and the judge is like, moving on. It's like, they did bring it back briefly later, but it's like, we are hand-waving a lot here. Just to be like, he was a journalist. He had to be there taking pictures. Imzek, who, thank you for 26 months. I ran into a Sholmes cosplayer. What the hell is he doing here? Yeah. If anyone finds a Sholmes cosplayer who's just in a weird pose on the side, let me know. Smash Mouth 96 bits. He was reminding me of Geru Tornado. That's why they should... Where's the mod that gives him jiggle physics when he does that? Ozzel, thanks for 50 bits. I tried to kill her, and that's why I'm innocent. Top 10 witness statement. Tom Fuller, thanks for 96 bits. Love how his haiku is 576. He fucked up the haiku. Ashmore, thanks for 100 bits. This case shows how good a lawyer Susato would be if it wasn't for the world around her. Yeah. And Oswald, thanks for the bits. A relevant picture to share. That's true. Let me permit you. Thanks for your patience. And also thanks for everyone's patience with me. I know when I finished Gradius 1, a number of people were like, please start it ASAP. And I was like, I want to take a break. So I appreciate the patience. Imgur and a YouTube? Oh, it's a... Oh, well, fucking... Imgur's doing the thing where, I don't have an ad blocker, I have a tracker blocker. And it's yelling at me. Okay. If I refresh the page and then open it in a new tab quickly enough. So what was the beauty fades, dumb is forever? What is the context for this? This looks like a podcast. That was a great moment though. The dual takedown. Yeah, Privacy Badger. My beloved, but also when a website's like, you're blocking our ads. I'm like, maybe if your ads weren't tracking me, I would be happy to look at them. Not happy, but I'm like, what? All out attack kill. Excellent. Oh yeah, with the background. That's pretty good. Yeah, that moment was great, but the dual takedown with Susato and Ray was peak cinema. So, anywho, thanks. That's gonna do it for me for today. I'll be back tomorrow with case 2. Probably starting case 2 if I had to guess, because someone said earlier this game is longer than the first Greatest Attorney, and that was like 8 streams, so this will take a bit. I'm not in a rush to get through it. But we're gonna go. We're gonna go. Oh, shit. Oh, ooh. Oh, ooh. But, The thing is, Dan and Cammy Zolcorzette are playing Peak together, but I can only raid one of them. So who should I raid? Tell me who to, I don't know which one to raid. Who have I raided? I guess I've raided Dan more recently. So maybe raid Cammy? Yeah, we can raid Cammy. But the two of them are playing Peak together. So, let's say hi to Cammy. Join their lobby? God, I haven't played Peak in a while. No, I need to have dinner and rest my voice for tomorrow. Start a second channel, raid both. Yeah, chat, I'm gonna start a new channel. Half of you go join me over there. So, Yuri Takedown. We could raid with like Yuri wins. Yuri real? I don't know. Whatever you want. I don't have a good... Oh, decrab and beetle off Hutsword. Decrabbed. Decrabbed and beetled off. That was good. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Appreciate all the chat. And whatever, lurking, whatever. Thanks for hanging. Investigation like past games, like a bit longer. Gotcha. Decrabbed and beetled off. That's good. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks again. I'll catch you tomorrow. If not, have a good weekend and all that. Eggs is egg. That's always true. Just straight up they poured decrabbed. I'm sad the crab wasn't more of a part of the case. I thought my theory of the crab dropping the knife and having it fire through the wall. I still think that might be. Maybe the crab was the one who told Giselle to murder Wilson. I keep on saying Watson. Anyway. I'm gonna stay out of the raid. Thanks. Have a good one. Get the stream's over. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Yuri's Yuri. Eggs is eggs. Basically, I mean, yeah, it's Watson. Okay, bye. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. And thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you enjoyed case 1 of Tagatu. I hope you're enjoying it and you're buckled up for the rest of the journey. Have a good one. Goodbye.